Well, hello, friends. We're about to get this show on the road with an interesting and fun start. But for some reason, it's not playing. There we go. Hmm. How's that for a flashback in time, everybody? Huh? Yeah? Remember that song and that opening? Well, I am Love Coach Scott Thomas, and welcome to the Awakening World. But tonight is kind of a special time. As some of you know, I've been in Sedona, Arizona, where I just had an amazing week with the Evolutionary Leaders Network. And then a lot of us came here to Los Angeles. Kristen Hoffman and I took the drive out together. And yesterday was the big LA convergence. And it was amazing. So many people. And in the between the Evolutionary Leaders Network meeting and the World Unity Week LA convergence, I've probably met 100 people that only knew me as a little person in a box. I happen to be 6'2", for those of you who don't know me. And I heard over and over, you're so much taller than I thought. Because people are used to like Scott in a box. It's been fun. It's been really, really fun connecting with everybody. And although Trish and Omar are actually staying in this beautiful estate with me, I have given them the night off to enjoy LA. Trish is off to the Korean spa with a friend, and Omar Shah went with Shri and Kira and Pato and Antoinette and 50 other people on a big bus ride out to visit Pato and Antoinette's land. So I knew that I was going to do a replay of a show, and I kind of went back and I looked at all the titles that we did for Saturday Night Live, and I realized that the show that has gotten just about the most response, we did a couple of years ago, all about embracing death with compassion. And on one of more recent surveys, people were saying, you haven't done a show on death for a while, and we haven't. But it's an important topic. And this was an incredible lineup of people. So I'm going to actually play the full show from before. And let me just show you the lineup of who you're going to see. You're going to hear from Neil Donald Walsh, who, of course, wrote all the Conversations with God books. Raymond Moody, who literally coined the phrase near-death experience, and is regarded by most people to be the world's foremost authority on death and dying. Our beloved Daniel Brinkley, who is always amazing, and he, of course, has had multiple near-death experiences. Paul Perry and Betty Eady are also very well known in the field, so is Callum Cooper and Ricky Polykov. And then we've got great music with Larissa Stowe and Nina Gray, and Keisha Chai, who I just met Keisha yesterday. She was at the LA Convergence. She's going to do some dance. So it's a very powerful and vivid show. And I encourage you to really drop in. I'll periodically come in and comment. I'll kind of pause and take any audience questions or conversation going on in the chat. And it's going to be a fun show. So we're going to start. I'm going to flip ahead instead of doing all the, either because there used to be a lot of introductions, and I'm not going to go through all the introductions. By the way, this show back in the day was put together with my friend Diana Maxwell. And so she will periodically pop up as a person introducing us and introducing what's going on. But I'm going to fast forward to our first musical artist for the night this show, and that would be the amazing Larissa Stowe.
celebrity in our world too, because he used to play with Carole King for
Wow.
many years. Yeah, and Dave Matthews and quite a number of other people. So let me toot Richard's horn for a minute because he's
Well,
a
that was
great player and a great guy, beloved friends of all of us.
clearly all of that was preparation to play for Louis Sisto.
Of course.
All right. Well, let's take it away. We're eager to hear your song.
Well,
One bar.
hold on one second. I just wanted to share that the reason why I chose to bring this forth tonight, and probably saw us practicing a little bit because we haven't really practiced this one in a while, but this one was inspired by a woman named Jeannie Tucker, and she was a super fan of ours that we loved and adored, still love and adore her, but she came down with cancer. And when she was in like the last stages of cancer, I wrote this song for her. She loved this other song called Bloom that we do, and I felt like Jeannie needed her own song to help her let go. So here it is, and it could be letting go of anything in life.
And you stay close to the mic because we don't want to let everything else get too loud for you.
Okay. Butterflies and merry sweets, a soul in bloom blesses everything. You lift me up, I don't give up so easily. An acorn rests in a winter bed, the frozen earth trapped above her head. For love to grow, she'll trade what's known for mystery. If I could let the sun fall into the ocean, let the mountain return to the sky, whom a shadow things, even gossamer wings to go beyond time and time boundaries. I gotta let it all go to know I am everything. How can I let you go? I see your eyes, the way they laugh when they're full of light. It's not the end, it's just the last amen before the sunrise. Before the sunrise. How can I let the sun fall into the ocean, let the mountain return to the sky? I am the butterfly, oh my shadow things, even gossamer rings and the sundial and sunbound dreams. I gotta let it all go. know I am everything. How can I let you go? I see your eyes, the way they laugh when they're full of light. It's not the end, it's just the last before the sunrise.
Thank you, all three of you, so much. Thank you. It's a beautiful way to start our show. And we're fortunate Luisa's going to be back. But I also want to let people know where you can find out more about her. And it is very, very easy. It's her website, and her website is her name, LarisaStow.com. And it's spelled LarisaStow, LarisaStow.com. And that's where you can definitely want to join the tribe. Click there and get on her email list. And she's got amazing albums, wonderful music, and all things Louisa Stowe can be found there. So, and we're blessed. Louisa's going to come back, and she and Benj, and which we're going to play for us a little bit later on. So thank you very much. We're really so grateful to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
I am seeing the comments that people are putting in about the sound. I'm not sure why we're having such a diversity of people's experience. I'm reading a lot of people who are saying it's too loud, it's too soft. So we will see if we can figure it out. But we do want to thank all of you for being with us. And it's my pleasure. I now get to introduce one of our keynote speakers, and really a remarkable human being. Most of you know Neil Donald Walsch. Of course, he's the author of, oh, wow, our two backgrounds are kind of merging together quite nicely there, Neil. I like that. Neil, of course, has written 39 books, almost all of which are of a spiritual nature. And they have been guides for us. They have helped us to find the way through the challenge of life. And so most of you know Neil, but I'm going to share what I've learned about Neil this year, because he's been on our show a few times. What I've learned about Neil is he is what I call perfectly human. He is very honest about his foibles, about his own personal experience of life, and someone who's such a well-known best-selling author who is so humble and so willing to be of service and so willing to talk about his own journey. I really appreciate that about you, Neil. And I really want to thank you for the way you open your heart and the way that you light the way in your perfectly human way. So thank you for being with us.
Sure. You're very welcome, Scott. And thank you for that very sweet and beyond generous introduction. I would love to think of myself in those ways. Guys, I want to share with you tonight, and just briefly, what I've come to understand about this larger topic that we're talking about tonight. Scott mentioned earlier that the subject of the program is embracing death with compassion. I'm going to expand just a little bit with Scott's permission on that statement. It's not only embracing death with compassion, but as I have experienced it, embracing death with joy, which is kind of an interesting way to put it, embracing death with joy. But perhaps when I'm done talking here for a few moments, you might agree with me. Let me begin by sharing with you my understanding, which is going to be repeated, I know, by everyone on the program tonight. We're all here and we're all to say basically the same thing. So this is not going to be an original message, but let me say it to you. Death, of course, does not exist. And I learned that in the first time in my life. I learned that because I had the incredible opportunity to serve on the staff of a lady named Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. And she was known as the Death and Dying Lady. She wrote a book called On Death and Dying and many other books after that. And I wound up being a staff member for Elizabeth. And I learned an enormous amount about the whole death and dying experience. I traveled with her and I was at the bedside of people who were living the last moments of this particular earthly experience. But I came to have a very direct awareness of the fact that death does not exist. What I'd like to share with you tonight in my time to be with you, and some of you know I had an experience called Conversations with God. That's what I called it because I had just reached a point in my life and I didn't want to go on anymore. I didn't want life to be the way it was. And so one night at 4:30 in the morning, I called out to God and I said, I don't understand. What is it that I don't understand? God gave me two pieces of information that I would like to share with you tonight very briefly that might help you put the idea of death into a whole, and your life as well, into a whole different context. So point number one, there's a reason why you can never die. Now, as I said, you're going to hear from a lot of people saying tonight, death does not exist. But why is that true? And I want to share with you that the reason that's true is because of who you are. And I want to suggest to you tonight that the biggest decision you could make in your life is to decide truly, really, and internally who you really are. That is, do you see yourself as a physical entity, essentially? Like a bird in the sky or a fish in the sea. You're born, you live, you die, and that's the beginning and the end of it. Or do you see yourself as something more than that? Do you see yourself as what I would call a spiritual being? A spiritual being, as the saying goes, having a physical experience. If that's how you see yourself as a spiritual being, then you'll understand intuitively and immediately that, of course, death does not exist because the spirit always was, is now, and always will be. That there has never been a time when the essence of who you are was not, nor will there ever be a time when it is not. Let's talk then just briefly about the essence of who you are. But what is this spiritual being that you are? My understanding came to me in my conversation with God when I begged God, help me to understand what is it that I don't know. And what God said was, you think you're separate from me. And the challenge is that you're not separate from me, but you're acting as if you are separate from me, including acting as if you could die. You're actually believing in the fact that your life could end. But life, of course, does not end. It simply changes form. I asked God, okay, then what is death? And in my conversation with God put it in one sentence. Death is merely a process of re-identification. Did you hear that? Death is merely a process of re-identification. No one ever put it to me quite that way. But I began to understand, oh, I see. Now I understand why I can't die, because I'm a spiritual entity. And death is a process of re-identification. That is, I decide that I'm not my body after all. What happens after we die? First thing that my understanding is, the first thing that happens after we die is we immediately know that I'm not this. I'm not my body. Nor, for that matter, am I even my mind. Nor, for that matter, am I even my soul, in the sense of being a singular essence or singular entity. I am a soul, but I am the oneness. And I become one with the oneness, if I could put it that way, immediately following my death. And in that moment, I experienced that, oh, we really are all one. And if I am one with everything and everyone, that means I must be, in fact, one with God. I must be a demonstration of divinity, an individuation of divinity, which leads me to the reason that I'm here. Because if I'm a spirit, You might ask yourself, I certainly did, if I'm a spirit, why would I ever come here? Why would I come to this physical realm if I'm in fact a spiritual entity? What would I want to do here? What would my point be? And so I asked God that question as well. Help me understand. What is it that I don't understand? And for that matter, how can I make my life work? Because my life wasn't really working up till that point. Oh, I was successful in the certain things I did. I had a nice career and a nice family and all the rest, but I never really felt connected in any way or deeply, deeply joyful or deeply happy. So I said to God, okay, what does it take to make life work? And she said, Neil, it's really very simple. It's really very simple. You think your life is about you, and your life has nothing to do with you. Your life is about everyone whose life you touch and the way in which you touch it. Wow, did that change my perspective? Did that change my life? Or what? And then I learned in a dialogue that I had with God, which became a book called Home with God in a Life That Never Ends, I learned some interesting things about death itself. Let me just share with you 3 or 4 points that were made in that dialogue. There were 18 remembrances were given in the book Home with God. But here are 3 or 4 that really stopped me in my tracks. Number 1, dying is something that you do for you. Number 2, death is never a tragedy. It's always a gift. Number 3, you are the cause of your own death. Always. This is always true, no matter how or when or where you die. And the timing and circumstances of death are always perfect. These insights are kind of challenging for us to grasp or hold on to, but they happen to be solid truth. And you'll hear more about that from Daniel Brinkley later on tonight, and my dear, dear friend from years ago, and from many other of our speakers as well. So let me just share with you what I have come to understand from conversations with God. You're an individuation of divinity. You're a blessed entity, not just a spiritual entity, but a blessed entity. And you will never die. You'll simply change form, and then you may decide to come back into physical form again for a soul agenda that includes experiencing the essence of who you really are. My understanding is that's your soul's agenda, to experience in physical form the essence of who you really are through the demonstration of it. Listen to the rest of the speakers tonight, because they'll make it even more clear about how and why that's true. And thank you for letting me share these moments with you.
Well, thank you, Neil. And before you go, I want us to talk a little bit about your new book. But I also want to just riff on something you said about when God talked about kind of the meaning of life. I was blessed to have a mentor named Marshall Rosenberg, who founded Nonviolent Communication. And my favorite quote from Marshall was that the greatest joy in life is contributing to the well-being of others. The greatest tragedy in life is when people don't know that. Right. And so it seems to me like part of your transformation was when you learned that, it's being of service to others. That's not only the meaning of life, but that's actually the joy of life.
It was an extraordinary moment in my experience, Scott, really, when God said that to me. She made it very clear. He said, your life is not about you. And my first reaction was, well, I don't understand. Of course it's about me. She said, no, Neil, your life is about everyone else whose life you touch and the way in which you touch it. And for a very powerful reason. When you make your transition, when you celebrate your continuation day, and that's how I describe death, by the way, when you celebrate your continuation day, then you move through every moment of your life the way other people experienced you. This is what I was told in conversations with God. Their experience of how you were with them is what you experience in what we call the afterlife. Not as a punishment, just as an opportunity for you to open your eyes and say, oh, I see, now I see. And is that the person I want to continue to be on the wonderful good moments and the moments that maybe were not your highest ideas, but whatever it is, it becomes a marvelous experience for you, so that when you come back into physical form again, you come back with that understanding and with that awareness, and it changes everything. So when someone near to you is passing on, celebrating their continuation day, Move into the experience with them with joy. You will be mourning perhaps your loss, and that would be quite natural, but allow yourself to feel joyous for the experience that they are having.
Beautiful, beautiful. And please tell us about your newest book. It's called The God Solution, The Power of Pure Love. And it's available Amazon and all the regular places. Tell us a little bit about it, Neil.
Well, in brief, it's a book that describes a new and offers humanity a brand new definition of God, a definition of God so revolutionary, not perhaps unheard of, but revolutionary in the sense that if people embraced it, it would be the opposite of what virtually every religion on the face of the earth is telling us. There are, of course, over 4,000 religions, whether you know it or not, 4,000 organized religions on earth, but none of those organized religions teach of a God that can be defined in two words. And so the book defines God in two words: pure love. Not just love, but pure love. And if we decided that God was pure love, we would come to an amazing conclusion. Wait a minute, if God is pure love, what does pure love mean? Pure love needs, requires, demands, and commands nothing in return. Human beings have not learned how to love each other in that way, but that's exactly how God loves us. Dare we believe in a God who is non-judgmental, non-condemning, and non-punishing? And if we could learn that, that would become our model. And that's the point of the book. The point of the book is that God's solution, the solution to the way the world is today, is to begin acting in the way that God models us or models for us. That to embrace God's model of pure love in our interactions with each other, so that we would also stop condemning, judging, and punishing others. Right now, I mean, nations are doing this. Leaders of nations are doing this with each other. People from different sexual orientations, people in different religions, people of even different genders, people of different economic status. We're building walls, or suggesting that we build walls to keep people out. And what? Wait a minute, stop it. So the God Solution offers a solution to all of that, and it proposes a new way to be human. I want you to pay very careful attention to a man who's going to be talking a little bit later tonight. Daniel Brinkley will make this all very clear to you because he understands it. He's been there.
Thank you. Well, a lot of people are asking questions, but Neil needs to go. And we are so grateful that Neil was with us. But guess what? Neil has agreed to come and do a private conversation with our Global Peace Tribe. It's going to be on Tuesday, August 17th. So that's coming up. That's in 10 days. And for 2 hours, we are going I do need to unmute myself. Thank you, Sylvia. So Sylvia, you're like making all this, like, oh, what? Oh, she's excited about Danyan. That's what I was imagining. I'm wondering if any of you saw that full event that we did with Neil a couple of years ago. It was quite special. All right, I'm going to fast forward a little bit and let's give me a moment because I'm going to do a couple things here. I am going to fast forward to the next speaker, and I'm going to do it in a slightly different way. And I hope you guys are enjoying this. Still give me comments in the chat box. And I know I sure enjoyed hearing that again. Now, we're going to finish with Neil. We're going to go through her. This is a really interesting gentleman. I did not know him before the show, but I remember he was quite interesting.
Method, as well as encouraging a skeptical approach to claims of exceptional human experiences. And Callum's appeared on United Kingdom and USA radio and TV shows as a representative for parapsychology and skeptical inquiry in science. So now I would love to welcome you here, Callum, and thank you for coming. I know it's like 3 a.m. for you. Callum's coming all the way from England to join us tonight.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's now 2:45, so but I'm more of a night owl, so it's good for me. I'll get my beauty sleep soon.
Great. Well, thank you.
Callum, perhaps you can kind of share with us kind of the scientific side of things. Many of our people here are people who have the experience and are more on the spiritual philosophical side. So would love to hear kind of from you on the scientific side.
Sure. I suppose the main thing that caused the shift in science to start looking at these things was the rise of spiritualism in the 1840s with the Fox sisters. And following their claims of bangs and raps and taps about the family household, which led to all kinds of later investigation and the sisters, I suppose, traveling around and demonstrating their abilities and people trying to figure out, well, what's actually going on here. More and more of these claims started coming up in the 1800s from various individuals, and more people becoming aware of things such as apparitions and haunted houses. And so it was by the end of the 1800s, 1882, a group of scholars got together at the University of Cambridge in the UK. Some well-known people such as Henry Sidgwick, who was a scholar in the history of medicine, Frederick Myers, Edmund Gurney, Frank Podmore, and they formed the Society for Psychical Research. And then about 3 years later in America, there was an independent branch there. So the American Society for Psychical Research, formed by people such as William James, the eminent psychologist, and Sir William Barrett, and so many other people as well. And it was interesting that they were against each other to begin with. The American side was trying to discredit and say, actually, we know there are many conventional explanations for why people are having these experiences. We think science can already address them. That's what the British side was doing as well, saying, well, we can apply that, but let's see if there are any cases that don't seem to fit that. Let's see if we separate the wheat from the chaff, what do we actually have left? And they discovered that there were some instances of people witnessing apparitions, going to see mediums, where it wasn't clear how the medium was obtaining certain information that wasn't general. So we call these things cold reading and Barnum scripts, when people are coming out with very general information that you can apply to many people. It's not specific at all. And so it seems to be a technique. I've done that myself, not claiming to contact the dead, but just to tell people about their lives and their household and things that seem specific about them. And they go away absolutely amazed, constantly shaking my hand, saying, oh, thank you so much for that reading. And I have to say, well, no, I told you at the start, I'm a psychologist. I'm just going to use technique to tell you about yourself. These are what we believe the vast majority of mediums are actually doing. What we're interested in are those that, when put to the test, they're going beyond Barnum, they're going beyond cold reading and hot reading. And that's essentially what the scholars of the Societies for Psychical Research were doing. So the British branch is still going strong to this day. And it wasn't until the 1920s that Joseph Banks Rhine and his wife Louisa Rhine, they were invited to take their interest in psychical research. They were both backgrounds in botany, so plant biology. They went to Duke University, and thanks to William McDougall, who was the dean for psychology, he set them up and they established the parapsychology laboratory. So they were taking these real world claims of unusual experiences and started testing them in the laboratory to see, well, instead of testing the psychics, people day to day claim that they have telepathic experiences, maybe see an apparition, but more so on this psychic side of things, what if we put the general population to the test? Can people actually score really well in these tests? So that's where we get the cards that you might have seen at the start of Ghostbusters, the star, the cross, the wavy line, the circle, the square, and just 5 repeated cards over and over again out of a pack of 25. Can people actually beat 5 out of 25? Can you actually go against what chance expects? They were still interested in mediumship and various other claims that are coming forward, and parapsychology branched out to more and more universities. And within that, we have 3 different domains. So ESP, it looks at telepathy, mind-to-mind interaction, clairvoyance, seeing information at distance, and precognition, some sort of intuition or hunch about things before they actually happen. Quite often people say that they actually dream of an event before they happen. That was very common with things such as the tsunami and 9/11 and the Aberfan disaster and many things like that. Psychokinesis, that's the second area. So the ability to influence people or the environment with the power of the mind alone, allegedly. So metal bending, influencing people's behavior. And then you've got survival. And that could be anything that suggests mind operating outside of the body, out of body experiences and near-death experiences, through to beyond bodily death. So apparitions, mediumship, reincarnation, poltergeist type activity maybe. So things like that. So that's in a nutshell parapsychology and what I do. And as you mentioned, I've specifically focused more recently on thanatology, looking at death, dying and bereavement, the study of it, and particularly with the bereaved, what kind of experiences do they report? What are they like? So that's everything from sense of presence type phenomena of a deceased loved one, through to maybe even dreaming about them or experiencing apparitions. And we've been doing a very large scale study. We did it in English, French and Spanish languages over the past 3 or 4 years. And our initial study of this survey that took about 40 minutes for people to fill in about all different things about their experiences, we had over 1,000 respondents to it. So it's the largest data collection ever on this type of phenomena. The last study was in 1971 by William Derry Rees. That was 293 widows and widowers. So we've got a lot of data. We've learned a lot about the various forms in which these experiences can come in. And we're moving on from there, really. We're breaking down all these different types of experiences people have had and trying to understand them further.
And kind of coming into present time, how have you transformed in this research? How have your beliefs or your perception of reality changed?
Not very much, I don't think. I'm on the survival research committee for the Society for Psychical Research, and I sit on its council. But for the survival committee, we get a lot of applications from academics around the world wanting to do studies on various forms of survival of death. And I think over time that's made me more and more skeptical. On one side, because sometimes you look at some people's ideas of studies and they're not very good at all in terms of the methods and controls. But other times, for example, right now we're doing the Bigelow essay. It's got a lot of traction worldwide. A lot of people have heard about it, but if you haven't, Bigelow is an aerospace entrepreneur. And at the start of this year, he put out a competition that he wanted to do for the best evidence for survival of death, where the evidence should be so good, so concrete that you could take it to court and present this evidence. 25,000 word essay, and the largest prize is $500,000. There's second prize of 300,000, third of 150,000, and 11 runners up of $50,000. And we've got involved in this. We were invited to take part, myself and a few colleagues, to do a combined essay authored. And we're going through the scope of all of these different types of phenomena. And actually, you do get some really good ones throughout time that you just scratch your head and think, well, what's actually going on there? But do I personally think that from the evidence, I mean, this is my home library alone of all these journals and books all the way throughout time. I don't think there's any real conscious existence beyond death, but certainly there's interesting instances in which mediums are picking up on the personality, seemingly, of people or children that remember past lives. They can sometimes come out with things like xenoglossy and speaking in languages they've never been taught, or could play the piano classically and they've never been taught to do that. And yet seemingly it relates to the person they claim to be. They're really interesting for me as a psychologist as to how that's actually happening. But from what we understand of consciousness studies and neuroscience, it's very hard to think of a concept of somehow consciousness existing in a permanent status beyond bodily death as well. So that's something that I think many people that sit in the camp of post-materialism, like I do. So I'm certainly not one for materialist science. I favor parapsychology and the ideas about mind extending beyond the body, because the evidence is very compelling for psychic functioning and lab-based studies. But the idea of beyond bodily death, it's always fascinated me. It still does. But I think I kind of sit quietly on the fence looking at what's going on both sides. So I probably haven't transitioned much. I think I've just become still a very firm skeptic. And I would do if I was a biologist, a chemist, a physicist, you name it.
Oh. You know, one of the things that I always like to remind people about with skeptical, It's very healthy to be skeptical, and skeptical is different than cynical. Cynical, of course, is a negative bias. Skeptical, what's interesting, it is a Greek origin in the word, and back in ancient Greece, there was something called the Skeptos Society, and it's where Plato and Aristotle and all the great thinkers during the ages would gather, and whenever an issue would come up in Greek culture, the Skeptos Society would look at it from every possible point of view. And the actual original definition of skeptical means well thought out. So may we all be skeptical. Yeah. Callum, I so appreciate you being with us at 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever it is in England. And, you know, this is your first time on the show. I hope it won't be your last. We also have 2 ancillary shows where we go deeper with some of our friends. But for right now, if people want more, let's go to his website. And his website is at Callum E, as an elephant, Cooper. So it's CALLUM, the letter E, COOPER.com, CallumECooper.com. And when people go to your website, is there any particular place? I've got it up on the camera right now. Anything you want to show people that's especially important?
Oh, there's a photo gallery where you mentioned the flotation tanks. There's an image there of us using them. We're just starting a 3-year-long study at the university for this, where essentially we'll be looking at remote viewing. We'll be getting various people in the tanks to see how well they do at studies that we've designed, to see if they can pick up on information of a distant location. There's some images of some of the books that I've edited or authored, working on some different ones at the moment, and still churning out papers on these after-death communications as well. So if anyone wants to know more, go to my website. You can send me a direct email, follow me on Twitter. I'd love to hear from you. But thank you so much for all your time, and Scott and Diana for hosting this and having me. It's been wonderful to see you all, and I'll see you again some other time when I'm playing the night shift.
Absolutely. We'll look forward to that. Thank you so much, Callum. I look forward to connecting with you. Well, you know, every show we have wisdom jewels, and the wisdom jewels are put together pretty much by Jay Mayer and Jan Kaplan. Greetings to you, Jan, if you're watching. She's also on vacation. And always the wisdom jewels are quotes that are connected to the theme of the show. So let's see what they put together for us this week. I love those wisdom jewels. They're really, really fun and encouraging Jay to make more for us. So at least pull the old ones out and replay them because they tend to be pretty evergreen. Jasmine Bear is with me. She sends her best. She's busy doing what she does. She was the belle of the ball, I have to say. And she was the only animal at the Evolutionary Leaders Network meeting. There were 80 human beings and one 4-legged, and it was Jasmine Bear. And by the end of the conference, literally I had 10 or 12 people every day who said, "Can I hold her now? Can I hold her?" She definitely served as a therapy dog. Hope you guys are enjoying the show so much. Thank you, Eleanor Joy, for your comment. And let's see what's next. I don't remember the order myself, to be honest. So I'm kind of watching it again and enjoying it. Oh, I got to start from scratch.
We leave this earth, we take back with us. Before me was talking about
the spirit world with God. Betty learned why the existence of man and earth and all about it and what awaits us in the afterlife. So she's going to share with us now her story. Thank you, Betty.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here with everyone this evening. Yes, it's exciting to know that what's on the other side. And at the age of 31, when I thought I knew just about everything in the world, and I don't know, I learned later that, you know, at the even in your 30s, you're just a pup, you're just a baby, you don't really know a lot. I was raised in boarding schools. I'm Native American, Lakota Sioux, and was back when, in fact, there's a lot about on the news these days about the Indian children being taken from their homes, placed into boarding schools. where we were taught that everything that up to this point that God actually looked down on us, that we were heathens and we were sinners and so on and so forth. But I'm telling you that not to get sympathy, but just to let you know that I was fearful of God. I learned it wasn't anyone that I wanted to die and go to heaven and be with. I couldn't even imagine it. And I was taught that from the age of 4 until I left the boarding schools in about high school. So then I married early at the age of 15 and had children, beautiful children. I'm a mother of 8 children, a grandmother of 20 some, I think, and a great grandmother of about the same amount, about 20, one on the way. So it's increasing. So, but anyway, it's just, I spent my life with my children. I gave my children my life because I didn't have parents or an upbringing within the family. So that's what I focused on. Went into the hospital at the age of 31 when I had to have a hysterectomy. And it was during that time that I experienced my death. And then my whole life changed from that moment on. Everything that I had ever thought that God was now something entirely different. And those of you who have read Embraced by Light, I'll spare you all those details because we're limited on time. But I did want to talk about some of the things that were mentioned this evening. My experience was a God thing in that when I arrived in heaven, I actually met Jesus Christ. I learned that there was Jesus, which again, I doubted all of this. I didn't want anything to do with religion or faith. So it did not come from a previous understanding of who God was or who Jesus was. I was actually raised in Catholicism. So their belief, of course, is that there is Jesus, there's just, they're all one, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. So I didn't have this knowledge. He wanted me to see everything. My first questions to him was, why was I born into a very poor family, Native and Irish, and was criticized throughout all this time? And I had low self-esteem, low self-worth, all the things that come with a great deal of pain. Jesus smiled at me and he said, because that was your gift. He said, every level in there, all spirit beings are at various levels of spiritual growth. And when we need to have advanced growth, we came to earth for that growth. Each of us choosing our own path. We chose our parents, and because and I made a note here. The speaker before me was talking about basically the DNA. How do we have child prodigies? And what I learned there is that not only do we carry the DNA of our parents, but we carry the DNA or that cellular memories, meaning that their experiences are also carried in us. And so, and to even better that, to top that off, we have God's DNA. When we were put together, we had God, and then we chose our parents and what they had, and we wanted to be with them for our experience. I think I probably came to learn a lot of patience because I have very little patience. Some people come to learn to, we are here to acquire the attributes of God. And so our lessons, our experiences here will bring us to acquire whatever it is that we personally, it's very personal, it's individual, and it's also collective, but we came here to acquire these things. When we leave this earth, we take back with us every bit of gain. And so when we arrive back, we will have, our spirit will have gained more knowledge. I saw that knowledge by the, I call it the energy field that surrounds each and every person there. The greater the person, the more knowledge and information that they have. We talk about love and light. Well, light means knowledge, and knowledge in heaven or in the spirit world is actually shown. You will shine, you will expand. And in the expansion of your knowledge is everything that you are, all your essence is right here. And this is where healers get this energy that is God blessed and given to them. So that when you embrace and you hug someone, you can give them of your essence and you can help heal them. Many people will actually take on a disease or injury of someone else to support them, to help them. They carry it for them for a while. But there's so much, every bit that I learned. And I have over the years, and that was what, 47 years ago that I died and came back. And I watched the news faithfully because many of the things that are happening right now in our world today, I was shown would happen, the possibility of it and why it was taking place. And it's because of our creation. We are creating a world for our grandchildren, our children, our great-grandchildren. We have allowed things to come into our world that we have to now see the consequence of. And we are experiencing that now. But now can we change that? Yes, we can. We can change our world by changing our energy. And that's the energy, again, energy field around collectively. This can be done just almost overnight. So we do have hope to get beyond everything that we are suffering right now, the COVID, the fires, the weather changes. I know, I believe in science, but I also believe that there's something that science hasn't really included, and that is that we do have a living God. We do have the knowledge that is sent down from the spirit world, from heaven, and is given to mankind to find cures. This was 1973. We didn't have the computers that we have now. I saw the computers in heaven. I'm going to say heaven because I don't know what else to call it, spirit world, whatever. But I saw the computers, and they were liquid. The screens were liquid, and they could move, and you could touch them. And that was in 1973, and all of that, of course, we have. And there are greater things to come, and that is awesome. But right now, we need to focus on the energy, the positive energy. Our world, our earth actually has energy as well. And when it becomes low of energy, and they showed me that it would become that way, it was going to change. This is changing our weather, but it's a collective thing. Our world draws from our energy, and it's, like I say, I just don't know what else to say about this except for that it's exactly a perfect plan of God. And and I know my experience, from my experience, I came back with maybe a little different view than some, but I was sent back, literally sent back. I didn't want to come back, believe me. I wanted to stay there. It just was so full of love and beauty, and but this was something that I had promised that I would do, and that was to write this book, Embraced by the Light. I was told not to focus on it, that when the time came, it would happen. And much of what I experienced, although there's a lot that I didn't even write about in Embraced by the Light because it, well, you know, Embraced by Light, you only hit the shelves. It was not a pretty picture. I went out and I've always been a very shy, unassuming person. And so to go out and be in and hit the media, and I think I was called just about everything but kind and gracious. And it was awful. It was a terrible thing. I would not wish that upon anyone at all. But I had the inner strength to do it because I know what's on the other side. I want other people. I have spent all these years since I had the experience. I am compelled to continue to tell people what I experienced because they are going to experience that too. But you're going to, when you die, a lot of people see Satan, they see all these fearful things because what's expected tends to be realized. And if you expect that, or you have something in your life that you have not overcome, you will remember that and take it with you. And if you think you need to be punished, well, guess what? You create your own punishment. And so the more you learn about God's unconditional love, that he loves you endlessly, that you chose your path. So you're just, you know, if you follow your heart, you are doing the right thing. If you cross purposes with your heart, you will find failure after failure until you turn around. There's an old Indian saying that if you're going down a road and you're lost and you finally find that you're going in the wrong direction, why not stop and go back? Most people don't. They don't want to. They're going down the wrong path, the wrong direction, but it's comfortable. They still want to go in that direction. So that's what I teach, and that's what I continue to teach, and that is from what I learned.
That's beautiful, you know, and I so appreciate you sharing your experience with us, Betty. And I've been studying death and near death and what happens after death for a long time, 30 years. And something you said that I think is so important is that people's afterlife experiences, as we now know, really, really vary. And even the people who have scary thoughts and think they need to be judged, my understanding is that the experience of judgment does not last long at all. It's just long enough for that little dream, and then they wake up from that dream. Because like we heard from Neil earlier, whether it's somebody experiencing Jesus as you were blessed to experience, or other ways, ultimately there is one unconditional love that we get back to, and we get back there quickly. Would you say does that go along with your perception?
We basically will experience what we expect. And there was a man that told me his experience, and I'll tell you this real quick. He was an atheist. He had a bad life. The only thing he trusted, actually, and he said this, was his teddy bear. Guess who he experienced when he died?
Oh, that's beautiful. Wow.
Teddy bear. And he said this giant teddy bear showed up, and he embraced the teddy bear, and he was holding the teddy bear and loving it and caressing it. He felt safe. He felt secure. And then he felt the teddy bear chuckle. So he leaned back and he said, "You're Jesus." And it was. And Jesus then revealed himself. And when I died, and he told me this because I didn't expect to meet Jesus at all. Believe me, I did not. And so then when I saw him, I knew him. And he says, "That's all right. Everyone will come to know who I am." And that was it. He says, "I can appear any way to make that person comfortable. I will never shock or surprise." And so it's important then to gain as much knowledge as you can. So when you return, you miss that, you can miss that part of introduction. You just go back. Yeah. So anyway,
Beautiful. Well, thank you. And, you know, Betty's books are wonderful. And so I just want to really point these out to everybody, these remarkable books. And you can also learn much more, again, like most of our presenters here, by going to Betty's website. And her website is her name. I'm going to pull that up. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. And we're going to go straight into our other musical artist for the evening, the wonderful Nina Gray. And I remember this is a beautiful song she does for us. So here's Nina Gray.
The energy up from the earth, down from the sky, allowing that to merge in our hearts. And then as we exhale, let's send that love to
We're still
Mariella.
on Mariella. We did a fundraising for Mariella that night. But I want to go into Nina. Here we go.
This is for creative people. In 2015, she released over 180 original songs and videos for her signature online series, Music Making Monday. And now she shares them weekly via her Patreon monthly membership. So this song is, and her music is inspired this evening about embracing death with compassion. So thank you, Nina, for joining us.
Thank you, Diana and Mariella. I send a big wave of love and healing to your spirit. Thank you for taking us into a moment of breath. That's what this song is about tonight. The beauty, the stillness, the presence, and the strength we can find in our breath. The first action that we take as incarnated human beings in this life, and our last action as we step through the doorway into the next life. So if you want to take a hand to your heart or just be with your breath during this song, I invite you to breathe. When my mind can't find the words and my heart's a mess, got to remind myself to breathe through it. When there's fire behind my eyes and grief inside my chest, I got to remind myself to breathe through it. Baby, breathe. Come home to yourself, darling. Breathe it all out. Then breathe it all in. Baby, breathe. Come home to yourself, darling. Breathe it all out. Breathe it all in. Ay, 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 ay. Ah. When the weight of this whole world feels so heavy on my soul, I got to remind myself to breathe through it. When the shadows and the depths will not let me get no rest, I got to tell myself to breathe through it. Baby, breathe. Come home to yourself, darling. Breathe it all out. Then breathe it all in. Baby, breathe. Come home to yourself, darling. Breathe it all out. Then Don't make it complicated, babe, just breathe. Don't you worry about if you're doing it perfectly. Don't make it complicated, babe, just breathe. Let your chest rise up and fall down naturally. Yeah, yeah. Baby, breathe. Come home to yourself, darling. Breathe it all out. Then breathe it all in. We could take one deep breath together. Thank you.
You just, every time I hear your music, my heart just opens, and it was such a blessing to our world and to this show. Yeah, just so grateful. And I want to encourage people to do two things. Go to her website. It's her name, Nina Gray, and she spells it Grae. So it's NINAGRAE.com. Now, it's been a rough time. It's a wonderful time to be alive, but it's a hard time to be a musician because so many of our musicians like Nina are not able to be doing what they normally doing because most festivals and clubs and restaurants and concerts have either stopped entirely or they stopped and then they started and they're stopping again. It's terrible. And so we need to really support our artists. And I want to encourage everybody to do what I do. There's this wonderful thing called Patreon. And you can go to Nina's website and join Patreon. And I want to say I've done that. And Nina is amazing. You get so much by being on her Patreon website. She's constantly putting out new songs, new music. And it's really fun when I'm going through my emails. It's like, oh my gosh, there's a new Nina Gray song. It is really true. I still support Nina Gray, and she's very generous with what she gives. We're going to fast forward to Raymond Moody. Let's see, we're going to go forward here a little bit. I guess there's another Larissa Stowe song next. Okay. Let's have some more Larissa. Up your browser, and I'll take you right to Mariella's GoFundMe page. So please, please be generous. We all come together. That's what this is all about. We're coming together. And I know that they worked hard and they kind of checked out and figured out what was going on in the Zoom. So there they are. They're back. All right. Thank you, beautiful people, for going in and kind of figuring out what was happening. And every show is a miracle. Every time we can get music to actually play is a miracle, right?
Yeah, it is. It's an incredible miracle to get all this working, especially on Zoom, Scott. It's just, there's always little issues, but we're here and we're very happy to be here.
Fantastic. Thank you for coming back. And what do you got for us?
We're going to play Bloom, and this is a song that actually, that fan that I told you about, Jeannie, this was her song that, before I wrote Jeannie's song, this was the song that she said helped her really move through her cancer and keep her connected to spirit. And I know this song, when I wrote this song, I never thought I would be performing it. When I wrote it, I thought I was just writing it for myself. Because I felt like at the time it was probably too spiritual, to be honest with you, for my fan base. I was doing more more pop rock at the time, and I thought, oh, this is probably going a little bit too deep. And I realized that that this is really what needed to be shared with the world. So this is Born to Bloom. Farewell is deep, the water is waiting. Do I trust the fall that's calling me down into soul? Dark, black, cold, silent like snow, cocooning, tuning in to what I'm here to know. Mother Mary, sanctuary, I'm bound for you. Carry me to trust as I learn to love like you. As I learn touched your hem, your fingertips. I've even brushed your holy lips, and still I want more. The door is opening the crack. Sweet grace is looking back. No matter, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender everything. I surrender. I surrender everything. Mother Mary, sanctuary, I bow before you. Carry me to trust as I learn to love like you. As I learn, Mother Mary, sanctuary, I bow before you. Carry me to truth as I learn to love like you. As I born to bloom, born to bloom, born to bloom, born to bloom, born to bloom. Born
sanctuary I bow before you. Carry me the truth as I learn to love like you. As I learn the very sanctuary I bow before you. Carry me the truth as I learn to love like you. As I learn of the Mary sanctuary, I bow before you. Carry me the truth as I learn to love like you. As I learn to bloom. Born 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 to
Oh, that was exquisite. Yeah, thank you for whatever you did, because that time that was exquisite, wasn't it? Wow, wow. What a back-to-back Nina Gray and Risa Stowe. Both just so magnificent. Now let's see what's next. Raymond Moody. Well, this is that we had an interview with Raymond Moody was quite something, because he's up there and he doesn't do interviews that often. So this is very special. Here we go. That song was, boy, what amazing music tonight with Nina and Risa Stowe. I'm repeating myself, huh?
And in reading Plato's Republic, I found out about near-death experiences. 3 years later, met a wonderful man, George Ritchie, who had had such an experience. And just since that time have interviewed thousands of people. When I was 18 years old, I had an experience. This was another dialogue with Plato's, the Phaedo. And I remember in October of 1962. Well, Plato, the name sounds maybe sort of dull and boring, but in fact, this was a very exciting guy who was a professional wrestler who won the gold medal in wrestling a couple of times, who was the founder of the university system. And he sort of set out the whole Western way of thinking about life after death in his dialogue Phaedo, which the church fathers later took over and made into the basically the Christian theology of the afterlife was derived mostly from Plato's Phaedo. And in that dialogue, Plato said at a certain point, he said, philosophy is a rehearsal for dying. And I was 18 years old, and I remember exactly where I was when I read that sentence. And now at age 77, looking back on it, it strikes me as kind of odd that an 18-year-old would have that reaction to it. But I sensed immediately what he meant, which is that if you spend your whole life thinking philosophically about death, then when it comes, it's just not that big a deal. My own take on it is that, I pray to God, I don't want any pain in the course of the situation, but, let me die a painless, peaceful, pleasant death. Now, I guess everybody interested in listening to this is probably interested in this question of life after death. And where I am with it at age 77 is that, number one, I give up. Yeah, there is no logical way yet that you can make an inference logically that there's an afterlife. But at a certain point, it just becomes, I give up. Now, I have so many dear physician friends who tell me that as a patient was dying, that the physician himself or herself empathically co-lived this experience. If the bystanders have the same experience as the people who come back after a close call, then it's not oxygen deprivation to the brain. What is it? Well, I've just finally given up a few years ago, and I gather there is an afterlife. I notice, however, that even that certainty that you feel, it doesn't prevent this life from being dire and stressful at times. Life that comes at us so relentlessly. And even though I think many people my age, as I learned when I did a year of geriatric psychiatry, that just in the life process, many people, some come to this sort of insight or realization, or many very eloquent patients tell me this in the 70s, that they come to this realization that as they look back on life, that it has been a kind of script or a play. And that's kind of what I think, that you go through this story. I like what Elie Wiesel said: God made man because he loves stories. Life is a narrative experience. Your consciousness is directed toward a narrative, and sort of including building your life story as you go along. And but even when you make that realization, then some uncomfortable event happens. So you're swept back up into the immersive experience of life. But from my own life experience, I think that studying death and thinking about it does sort of alleviate the sting. I am very pleased to have been through my career in philosophy and psychiatry, and to have during that time had the wonderful experience of interviewing thousands of people from all over the world who had this experience, and came back renewed and with a whole different focus on life. I do want to say, though, that there's a certain tendency to look at these near-death experiences as a kind of nirvana, but I think on a closer reading of what people say, you see otherwise. My dear friend George Ritchie, who was the first living person I heard this from, when I heard him talk in 1965, when I was an undergraduate student at the University of Virginia. And George later, some years later, told me, he said, Raymond, this experience makes your humanity even more of a burden in a way. And what George was getting at, which I've heard from a lot of people over the years in one way or another, if I can put it bluntly, that it's very difficult to get through the average day without wanting to choke at least one person. And that doesn't change when you have a near-death experience. It's still a difficult life. And I am not being religious. I've had a very different pathway toward all of this stuff. when I was a kid, not being and not having a religious background, I never really thought much about God. It wasn't that I was an atheist, because I was more like, if anything, I guess it was kind of an agnostic framework. I just sort of assumed that you can't know whether there's a God or not. In the process, I've hearing all of these wonderful people, as I have over decades now, talking about their particular encounters with God and this being of light on the other side. I've put together, by the way, and I am not a salesman type. I'm not interested in selling books, but in case of the audience, this is a book, God is Bigger Than the Bible, which is on Amazon, that I just published a few weeks back on this, that I think there's a way of having a relationship with God that doesn't have anything to do with religion. I'm not religious, but I talk to God every day, and he's never said a word to me about religion. But anyway, I just sort of wanted to share these thoughts with you folks, and what a nice opportunity to meet everybody through this amazing experience of Zoom. My own last computer had a Thomas Edison's original trademark on the cover of it, but my son at least knows how to use this equipment, so I'm just very happy to be able to talk with everybody through this, to me, incomprehensible medium.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moody. I really appreciate you taking the time. And yes, I'll pull up and show people how they can get that book and get your other books as well. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. This is just delightful. What a great opportunity. I want to send my thoughts and prayers to everybody who's listening to this. Thank
God
you.
bless you. Thank you. So, two interesting things I'm noticing. I'm wearing the same shirt. Apparently it was August, so I apparently changed, because I noticed I was wearing a short sleeve shirt when this show began, and it must have gotten cold, and this happens to be the same shirt. So there you go. There's something cosmic about that. I'm glad you're all still with us. It is really wonderful, this beautiful music and wisdom from these beings. Let us continue and see what's next. Yeah, it's really kind of fun doing this. All right. See, I've got the pink shirt on there, but then after Raymond Moody, I've got a different shirt. Here's Keishi Chai. I met Keishi in person yesterday. She was at the event that I did, the LA Convergence. And there's the pink orange shirt. I tell you, it's very confusing. So there's the end of Raymond Moody. And, it's so important for us to support all of our presenters, all of our third, that Christian Hoffman, extensive training in contemporary.
Do an I'm going to empty myself of my ego and just become a channel. Okay. Putting on the song, it's called Picture, and it's by the Secret Trio. Okay.
Oh, Keishi, that is so gorgeous. So absolutely gorgeous. Wow. And we're so blessed because we get a little bit more. Tell us about the video that we're about to see.
Yes, this is a video I created a couple of months ago. I did it with my students at the Belly Queen School, and I taught them a choreography and gave them some creative direction through Zoom. And they videoed themselves at home, and then it was edited together into a piece that you'll see. And the topic of this piece is about crossing over and discovering that we're all connected, all related in love. And it's to a beautiful song called All Related by the singer Nessie Gomez. Enjoy. Yay.
That was fantastic. I've brought some of your friends on, some of the people that were involved in this. I'm going to continue to add them. And I would love for you to tell us who your friends are and their roles in what we just saw.
Yes, they dance. Some of them lip synced with me. So we have Kiyomi and Madame Undine, Marie, Carol, Pamela, Val, and we have other dancers that were listed in the credit sequence that could not make it. So thank you so much for contributing your time and your talents. It was a pleasure dancing with you, and I could not have created this piece without you. So
Fast forward a little bit. I do remember that, how she had her friends dancers, and you can support her. She does a lot of environmental work with her dancing, and you can learn all about that by going to kaeshi.com, kaeshi.com. Let's go to Paul Perry. He's a really interesting guy.
In the field of near-death experiences, I have written 13 books, many with the guests that you've listened to tonight. That includes 2 with Dannion Brinkley, including the classic Saved by the Light, 5 with my good friend Dr. Raymond Moody, including Glimpses of Eternity, 4 with Dr. Melvin Morris, including Closer to the Light, about children and near-death experiences, and 2 with the brilliant Dr. Jeffrey Long, including Evidence of the Afterlife, and 1 with Dr. Rajiv Party, whose near-death experience revealed a whole new way to practice medicine. In addition to being a writer, I'm also a listener. In fact, I think listening is the key to good writing. When I'm on task, most of my questions are aimed at the thoughts and opinions of those I'm writing with. My goal is to garner as much as I can of who they are and what they think about this fantastic subject known as a near-death experience. I don't have much time tonight, so I would like to devote these few minutes to the lessons I've learned and some of the lessons that have been given to me from researchers and experiencers that I've dealt with. Dannion Brinkley, we'll start with him. He's the first person to say to me, Paul, don't you know, we are beautiful spiritual beings hidden inside bodies that get uglier every day. He also said to me, the near-death experience is so amazing that people don't believe it happens until they have one themselves. Then they can't stop yakking about it. One day, while working on Saved by the Light, he became reflective about his time on the other side and how the life review made him feel. As he said, in the middle of my life review, I was allowed a moment of reflection. I was told by the spiritual being to see how much love I had given to the world against how much I had taken. I was ashamed. For every act of love and kindness I had taken, I left 20 bad ones. If guilt were fat, I'd now weighed about 500 pounds. This simple comment became the mantra for the writing of Saved by the Light, with the goal now to be a spiritual diet book through which readers would find a way to lose the spiritual fat they had acquired in their lifetimes and put on a spiritual muscle instead. Raymond Moody is another story. As a young man, Raymond wanted to become an astronomer. He learned so much in those elementary and high school days about the universe that rocket scientist Wernher von Braun called him a genius at a speaking engagement. Then, nearly 10 years later, von Braun recognized Raymond again in a college crowd and singled him out as a future leader. As many of us know, Raymond didn't become an astronomer, nor an astrologer for that matter. He went on to achieve a doctorate in philosophy, acquire a medical degree, and name and define a new field of medical study, the near-death experience, all before the age of 30. Still, to this day, the heavens occupy and puzzle his mind. The NDE is a gateway experience to that place, he said to me when I asked him if he believes in an afterlife.
But does it mean there is an afterlife? I just don't know. I know there's a God. I know he loves us, but there is no way to tell what his intentions are. The NDE is a good start, but it only gets us to the city limits of heaven. Beyond that, we don't come back to tell the story. Still, I love God, and I think that NDEs present us with a wonderful way to live our lives. Does that mean he doesn't believe in an afterlife? After decades of doubt, Raymond, as of late, has come to believe in an afterlife. As he said to me recently, I still think the NDE takes us to the city limits. But yes, I can't deny it. I can't deny its existence anymore. We go somewhere when we die. I don't know in what form, but our consciousness does live on. Then there's Dr. Jeff Long. He believes that too. He's a radiation oncologist in Louisiana who, in his spare time, which means when he should be in bed, he and his wife Jody run the Near Death Research Foundation, an organization that collects thousands of NDEs from all over the world. The Longs splice and dice these case studies in every way possible, exploring the elements of the NDE in almost every culture in the world. In the course of writing Evidence of the Afterlife, Jeff expressed disbelief, not in his body of work, but in those who doubt that it points to an afterlife. There is no doubting the afterlife, he said. We could change the title of the book to Proof of the Afterlife and still be right, but the publisher wouldn't let us do it. Dr. Rajiv Party would agree. He didn't believe in near-death experiences until he had one, and then one that would be an educational experience that would change his life. The near-death experience of Dr. Raj Party is the subject of our book, Dying to Wake Up. Dr. Party is the former head of anesthesiology at Bakersfield Heart Hospital. On Christmas Day, 2010, Party spiked a fever of 105 degrees as a result of sepsis, a blood infection that had developed from a previous surgery. He was taken to UCLA Medical Center, where he had surgery to remove pus from his abdomen. He experienced a full NDE during that surgery. Completely leaving my body and brain, he said, leaving them behind and going into another realm of consciousness, where I felt more alive than ever. In that realm, he met angels and a being of light who gave him, quote, an astounding amount of wisdom, readily available to him should I choose to share it. He was encouraged to do just that by the angels. Now it's your time to heal the diseases of the soul, they told him. Addiction, depression, chronic pain, and cancer. They suggested he practice a new form of medicine called consciousness-based healing. The goal of practicing this form of medicine was twofold. Number one, to heal himself. Raj had an addiction problem. And two, to pass its wisdom along so others could be healed too. The mantra of the angels, the mantra that the angels gave him for this form of medicine is forgive, love, and heal. And the pathway to its rewards is contained in 7 eternal truths that they gave him. Number one, consciousness exists outside of the body. Number two, there is life after death. Number three, we have past lives and our experiences therein can shape our current realities. Number four, we are all connected to each other because we are all made of the one and same energy that manifests and differentiated matter. Number five, divine beings exist to help and guide us. Number six, there are different levels of consciousness. Number seven, there is one all-pervading supreme love and intelligence that is the source of the entire universe, and that love is the supreme source of creation. The events that took place during Party's NDE were extraordinary, so much so that he has changed completely the type of medicine he practices, moving from the pharmaceutically based medicines he believes are responsible for a very high percentage of addictions, to a consciousness-based healing to treat diseases of the soul using peer-reviewed modalities like yoga, meditation, color and light therapy, massage, and other forms of well-researched approaches that do not cause addictions and lead to overall better health. To me, that is the lesson of the near-death experience. Listen to what is said from the survivors as they describe their time on the other side. Then learn in your own life to forgive, love, and heal. It's a message that pertains to us all, whether we've had an NDE or not. And the only real way to get that message is by listening. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Paul. And I do want to show people where they can learn more about you.
Sure.
And I really appreciate, I mean, you have really been, bring myself on camera here for a second. You really have been around this world for so long, and you've done so many things. I'm just curious, same question that I asked Callum. How have you transformed? What's your personal transformation been as you've observed all of these different speakers and made the movies that you've made?
I think what happens to somebody who spends a lot of time around a near-death experience without having them is several things. One is and these are the traits that near-death experiencers have as well. We did a study on it called Transformed by the Light, and we studied the changes that near-death experiencers have in their life. One of them is you become more type A, yet with less anger. So that's translated by most people like Dr. Moody and Melvin Morris and on, as being a hunger for education, for knowledge. Another thing is you become more aware of events around you that are, for want of a better word, paranormal. And I think the reason for that is that somehow we cut through what you would call the background noise in our life. Every day we're hit with millions of pieces of information, and that really amounts to a background noise that we all have. Our brain can't shuffle through all of it, but it selectively shuffles through things. And I think once you become aware of the paranormal, you become aware of what's possible through things like the near-death experience, that this background noise, if you will, changes, and you start to pick up things that you didn't pick up before. So that's happened in my life a lot, and I'm sure it's happened to many other people as well.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Thank you. I can relate. I can definitely relate.
I'm sure you can.
Well, to learn more about Paul is amazing. He has created so many fascinating movies on a wide variety of topics. So you can go to Paul Perry Productions, Paul, Paul Perry, Perry, productions.com. And there, right there at the very top of his website, is his featured book, Glimpses of Eternity with Raymond Moody, who we just heard from. So there's a lot going on here. And hey, there we are, Saturday Night Live. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
So listen, Paul's going to stick around and join Danyan. And I see Betty Edie's still with us. So we might just have a really interesting group conversation in the after show and the after show. And I'm going to flip forward to, we're going to flip forward a little bit more to Nina Gray and then Tanya Brinkley. With us, Nina, and thank you also for your patience. I know that tonight went a little bit long, but I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen.
I've so enjoyed what I've seen, and looping back around to Neil at the beginning, I was just swimming in the words, and I love that book, Conversations with God. And when he was asking God, what is this life about? Why are we here? And she responded, you think it's about you, but it's not about you. It's how you ripple out and affect others. that really feels like it. And so I also want to bring forth Mariella again. I'm going to leave the GoFund link in the chat as well. If you're watching, you have the opportunity to ripple out and have your energy affect another human being, because this isn't about us. It's never been about us. But when we have the opportunity to show up for someone, and we can, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So this last song is Navigating Through Grief, which I believe to be a beautiful byproduct of deep love. And when we love something deeply, many people on this call and on this in this gathering tonight have this deep spiritual connection and understand that, you know, in many ways, death is not real, but we may have people in our community, our friend circle, our family that get stuck in spaces of grief and can't navigate these feelings or feel really overcome by them. And a good friend of mine, Emily, just wrote a book called Loving and Living Your Way Through Grief. I'm leaving that in the chat as well. For anyone, if you're watching or if you have a friend that has just really been struggling with grief, Emily was standing by two of her husband's side. They crossed over, and she has become intimately familiar with this period of grief and the strength and the love that can be found through the process. So she asked me to write a song when her book was released, and this was the song that came through. Enjoy. When the only way out is through, when the only one left is you, the only road you see is dark, and you can't find your spot. When the tears won't stop from falling, and your heart's so broken, darling. When nothing feels like it's enough, can you trust that love will find you? That love will find you. That love will find your heart again. So feel what you need to and lean on your people until love finds your heart again. When brighter days haven't come round yet, and in the tidal waves you feel like you're drowning, when the weight just won't leave your chest and your mind can't find any rest, oh, when you feel like you'll never be the same, like you'll never make it out of the pain, there's a lighthouse calling your name. It's calling your name, singing love will find you. Love will find you. Love will find your heart again. So give what you need to and lean on your people until love finds your heart again. 'Cause love will find your heart again.
Oh, neat.
Love in my heart to yours. Anyone who may be going through grieving and those who are embracing the process of transition.
Nina, you are just such an angel. Thank you so much. And again, remember, let's all support her. Please go to ninagray.com, NINAGRAE. Again, she spells it GRAE, ninagray.com. and join her. You know, you go down and just become a patron, become a patron, a Patreon. Please do that.
Yes.
And let's just support this wonderful angel, this wonderful woman, this wonderful human being who blesses us with her song. And I really do hope that those of you watching now live will still support Nina. I support her through Patreon, and she's really quite a gem. I am going to go back and say, turn on the play and let the show end, but I'm actually about to leave to go have dinner with Kristen Hoffman and Ben Bowler and several of our friends. And yes, George, Pato and Antoinette had a whole experience of coming to the, they had a lot of people come to their new land and do a land blessing. The Wild Monk, Jerry Anderson, just came back with Omar Shar. They went to that. I did not go because I just had too much work to do for upcoming Awakening Worlds and my clients and such, so I didn't go, but apparently it was beautiful. And Bob and Pookie got married there today, and they're going to be here over the course of the next few days. You'll see them on the Awakening World this weekend. And speaking of Pato and Antoinette, our Sacred Sunday show this Sunday will be Pato and Antoinette. They are coming to our home here, our mansion in LA, and they're going to do a Sacred Sunday service. So you'll get a chance to see Pato and Antoinette as ministers, as they minister to the Global Peace Tribe, both live and via the Awakening World. And this Saturday night on the Awakening World, it'll be a live show with just the different people that are part of the retreat. Hopefully Larissa Stowe. Kristen will be gone by then. She's leaving for New York on Friday. But you'll see a lot of wonderful people that are here. So we've got a wonderful weekend planned for the Awakening World. Love you guys. You know what I'm going to do? Noelle, I have a question. Would you be willing, if I make you co-host, to let people in? Because you need to admit people. Would you be willing to do that, Noelle? Yep. Okay, great. Congratulations. Noelle is now a co-host. So when you just keep an eye on the screen and you'll periodically see somebody comes in and you might need to admit them. All right, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the show. I love you all, and I will see you this weekend. Go back and start the video one last time with Daniel Brinkley. Let's see, search. What's the title again? Embracing Death. There we go. It's funny, every time I stop it, I have to go back and start from scratch. So I need to kind of find where we were. We're done with Keishi. We're done that. There's Daniel. Hold on, let me find him. Okay, his life. Now, there's the best-selling books, there's the world tours, there's the movie they made about his life. But the thing about Daniel that I think is most important is he has helped thousands of people one-on-one to prepare for what's on the other side. He has led and guided, and I've watched him do this, many, many, many people, thousands of people. And that service has been extraordinary. So Daniel, thank you, first of all, for being on the show again. And thank you for your service to the world. And I'm going to just turn over to you, brother. What would you like for our audience to know? What do you want to talk about tonight?
Well, the thing that's most important is really where we are. And I think that what's so grand is that you and Diana, Deb, put this together, because all of us have to come to a place as this world is evolving so very fast and so very quickly. We have to make solid decisions about where to go and what to do with our lives as we approach the next couple of months, Scott. Mm-hmm. And so when you talk about compassionately facing death, there is no other way to do it. So the greatest way to compassionately look at death is to understand without any question It never happens. It's called transition. It's transition. Nobody dies. People have to get over that. It will not happen. And once that you get a grip on that fact, then you start paying attention to who you spiritually are, equal to who you physically and human are. These are the rules. And when you go back and look all these years, which a lot of us who are been around a long time will be reflecting, you go back and look a lot of years about the near-death experience. When Paul Perry and I wrote Saved by the Light 1,000 years ago, 25 years ago, and then At Peace in the Light, they were the strategies based on what I saw in the first near-death experience, Scott, and everybody that's listening. I saw what became the boxes of knowledge, which told the story of this event coming. In Saved by the Light, written 25 years ago or 26 years ago, about an event that happened 45 years ago. There was a series of events that would transpire. And as these series of events would transpire, it would lead up to a point of transition or the birth of an age or being able to be controlled and manipulated. And these were the two choices. So the title of box 12 of the 12 boxes that were in the vision in my death experience being struck by lightning are chronologued in Saved by the Light. And what happened in At Peace in the Light was me looking at what I saw. The battle for the souls of humankind would be fought in healthcare. So At Peace in the Light was how to maneuver what I believe to be the visions of the boxes of knowledge, because after the 12th box, there is the final vision. Okay, and there is where the real secret to the meaning of life is. The final vision gives you an idea of who you are, why you are, and what you're doing here, and truly who you are. Okay, because once we look at that, then this becomes a job. And this becomes a place of creativity, power, and empowerment. So At Peace guides that pattern to knowing that this day would come, that there would become the technology and the virus. And it would set in motion a system of control of people having to really take a good look at if they're taking care of themselves. And from the far reaches of the psychology of the world, or from biblical, it could almost be the end times. But for me, it's the birthing of a new age, a birthing of another way of consciousness, because the boxes of knowledge say we win. We take back control of our lives, and we take back control of our health care, because the system that can control and manipulate us is health care. What would we do to not take care of our children? What would we do to not take care of our parents, for those who still have them? And what would we not do to take care of ourselves? That's the trap. So Paul and I have designed a whole way in these books. And then Catherine and I, when we wrote The Secrets of the Light, it was to come to a softer viewpoint, everybody, of things that exist as natures or patterns of behavior, because I have observed this through 4 of these experiences: struck by lightning, open heart surgery, brain surgery, open heart surgery, and then 2 clinical resuscitations in the last 3 years. So I have witnessed and watched and studied this and saw that what Paul and I wrote and what we put together is 2 guys in our 70s looking at one who knows as much about the near-death experience as anyone who's never had one. And me, I think I know everything about them, or I have a deep understanding, because part of the design of where the vision was to take me was to engage healthcare, to position and maneuver myself through healthcare, to create the Twilight Brigade. to create one of the largest end-of-life care programs for dying veterans so that I could live close to palliative and end-of-life care, and I could be impactful based on that would be the place where when people became scared to death of death, scared to hug each other, scared to interact with each other, and scared to be close to each other. That, Scott, and that family who's here tonight, this is where our fight is. And I'll say this with a very calm and almost peaceful statement, is this. The devil is, I can give the devil a thankful adieu for this reason. Because if anybody thinks, for any reason, that they could kept me from getting to my mother and my father as they were making their transition to this world to the next, that would be a sad state of affairs. Because that would never happen. As you know, I see that there is luck in the world because my parents have left this world. So when we look, Scott, there's a timetable. And I think that Paul and I expressed it as well, and Catherine expressed it as well as we could as we're evolving. Okay, so if you see that in box 5, chapter 12, that there would come a time when a person would grow with so much wealth, with chips and software and all of this stuff, that they would literally think that they were godlike, or would create and control ways in which that people could be literally enslaved, or could be controlled or manipulated, or to be outcast, or to be euthanized because of the pressure that we are going to burden the healthcare system in a collapsing economy. Now, that's literally what we saw, and that's literally where we are. Okay, wow. So instead of getting upset about that, I already saw it. We are there.
So a couple questions for you, and I just again want to welcome everybody coming into our early Zoom room show. We've got the amazing Danyan Brinkley with us. Danyan, who's an incredible visionary. And he's mentioned a couple of times Paul Perry, who collaborated with him on his books, and Paul is with us also tonight, and you'll be meeting Paul in a little bit. And Danyan, I definitely want to make sure people are asking about the Twilight Brigade. So I definitely want to make sure that you talk about the Twilight Brigade and how people can support the Twilight Brigade and the beautiful work that you do in helping people to prepare for the transition for the next chapter in their experience.
Well, okay, everybody, watch. Everybody sooner or later is going to be a hospice volunteer. No one escapes this fact, because you know the legendary Daniel saying, if you're breathing, you're leaving. Okay, so the basic thing that if you're taking a breath right now, you will be leaving this world. So by knowing as much about it as you possibly can, and having parameters by which you observe it that's not filled with religion and fear and damnation and all that bull that we listen to control the illusion of thinking that you're going to die. You are never going to die. It's not going to happen. Period. Okay, so once that concept is faced and you face it, then you empower your life to live. So the Twilight Brigade, tonight I'd like to dedicate my part in this program in the honor of Sandy Hatfield. Sandy Hatfield was my head trainer of the Twilight Brigade for over 20 years. And she left this world Monday. And she went very, very fast. And so as I think about now in her honor, the Twilight Brigade will become the Transition Brigade in honor of her. So anyone can go to the Twilight Brigade. It's up, and you can register and you can see what we're doing. But we're now in a major shift, everybody. This is the way Sandy wanted it to go, and now it's going to go that way. But when you finish the show, or when you take a break, or you're listening to a song, put Bill in your heart. Bill was married to Sandy since Adam and Eve, and they were a perfect match. And I tried to call him today, and if you could stop everybody for a moment, just imagine Bill and Sandy. Their pictures on the Twilight Brigade website. And he is with Howard and her tonight. But she did not die. So the heart that we feel on the human side is to feel that love and that surrounding of another human being. But on the other side, that does not exist. And let me give you guys the punchline. In the spiritual world, two things never happen. Never. You're never helpless, and you're never alone. So when you come to this plane of existence, you take on these two concepts: helplessness. Helplessness is at birth, and helplessness is in transition or quote unquote die. And then relationships, being alone. Because the nature of living in this reality is to interact with people and develop relationships. And in those relationships, you come into contact with how to be true, interact, support, and build something together as teams. So when you create an illness or something that keeps you helpless or creates loneliness, that structures despair. Okay? Once you know how it works, everybody, it's just a series of thought patterns that you have based on being aware as a spiritual being that you're never helpless and never alone. You cognitively create a more powerful thought pattern of helplessness and being alone. And that is what frightens us and scares us, literally, to be afraid of death. So someone knows that, and someone is using that structure to interact with us. So what our job is to recognize it and realize it's a social psychological way of them or groups of people to control and manipulate us, to not stay connected to our spiritual self. I sincerely believe, everybody, that we're in a transitional period, in an awakening that is far superior to any of the three-dimensional realities that we have been living in, at least in my life. And I am aware of it. I can feel this thing happening. And that all these forces of sicknesses and viruses and technologies and control and chip implants and all of that is to hold us in a certain level, to keep us from moving through the spiritual energetic patterns that is happening around us. Don't let it happen, everybody. Don't let it happen. These are the things that I want to get across tonight as much as anything.
Well, thank
The
you.
value of your
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
the value of your love. What value do you place upon your love? And how do you act on it? Second, what is the value of your belief system? The value of what you believe. What's its value? And then what's the value of the choices that you are making? So what's the value? What's the value of your love? What's the value of what you believe about your love? And what's the value of the belief about your love that impacts the choices that you make? And number 4, what is the power of your prayer? And I define prayer as willful, conscious intent. If you take those 4 things and you give them a value, everybody, the level of intensities of the energetic patterns that are occurring now to uplift us and to expand us will work for you. And if you don't, you will stay locked into a pattern where you become scared to death of hugging your own children, your own friends, and scared to death that someone you love can kill you or you can kill them. This is a trap, everybody, that tonight we open up our hearts, we listen consciously to the words and the sounds and the music of everybody, and we lift up our hearts and let's ride that wave into this next empowering plane.
Beautiful. Thank you, Daniel. And it is true. We are coming together. I notice that we've got people from Australia, New Zealand, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Hawaii, all over the United States. And that's just in our Zoom room audience. Soon we're going to have thousands of people joining us on Facebook. And so this is a really important time for us to come together as a community to learn, to listen. Now, you have had the challenge, but also the blessing of being on that other side. You've experienced it. For people who haven't had an out-of-body experience or a near-death experience or a hallucinogenic experience, or haven't had an experience of the other side, maybe we're raised with religious doctrine of hellfire, damnation, or whatever it may be, what do you suggest, Daniel, as steps to build that bridge between where they are and what they've been indoctrinated with and what you and many of the people that are with us tonight have actually experienced?
Well, my part's easy. Nobody dies. It's the stupidest thing that you could ever think. You are a great, powerful, and mighty spiritual being with dignity, direction, and purpose. No matter what you think, no matter what some religion has told you, no matter what some evil influence or some righteous influence has told you, you are a great, powerful, and mighty spiritual being with dignity, direction, and purpose. You were chosen to come to this plane of existence, and you chose to get here. And in the real world of the dynamics of spirituality, and Paul and I wrote this in our book, you are the hero because you are the anchor. Who you are as you come into this plane existence anchors 7 other dimensional levels of consciousness. They do not grow unless you hold the line as a spiritual being with a certain specific purpose and goal in this life, and then things that you choose to do. This is reality, everybody. This is what happens. So as you sit and you think of all that stuff you read it and heard, the way you leave this world is not anything like you hear it religiously, except for maybe the life review. None of that stuff operates like that. You have vague references to it, Scott, but I've been through this 4 times, and I have more than 34,000 hours at the bedside. I've been with thousands of people, and many of them resuscitated. I'm not just a casual near-deather. I've given my entire life to the study of the Panoramic Life Review, and I've given my entire life to study how people leave this world and what they most need to be able to leave. That's why I created the Twilight Brigade. From being on both sides of that veil, I have a level viewpoint. So if you've never had a near-death experience and you've been locked in this religious context that most of it's made up, then you stop tonight. Stop it. I wouldn't be telling you this if I didn't know it to be the absolute truth. Because remember, everybody, in the Panoramic Life Review, you see your whole life pass before you in a 360-degree panorama. You will have missed nothing. You will watch your life from a second-person point of view as though you were your own best friend. And then you will literally become every person that you've ever encountered. And you will feel the direct results of your interaction between you and every person. You become them. No one gets away with anything. And everybody's responsible for their actions here. And the universe is fair and just. And at the end of that, you're going to ask yourself one question. If God couldn't come today, God sent you. In the life you just reviewed, what difference did you and God make? I became a hospice volunteer, and I've spent my entire life in palliative and end-of-life care, developing end-of-life care programs and strategies that have been adopted by the VA. The VA has taken 3 of my programs and made adopted programs out of it to help veterans in palliative and end-of-life care and integrative therapy. So this is how it works, everybody. And if you stop and you trust me, because if I'm going to be every one of you, and I'm going to feel the direct results of my interaction between you and me, as if you think I'm lying to you, then you lost your mind.
I don't think anybody thinks that. And as you can see, this man knows what he's talking about. He's very passionate. And I just freaking love you so much, Daniel. Thank you for being here.
I guess that is it, everybody. And it was so good to see you tonight and to share in this experience. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the week. My love to you.
Picard, Season 3, Episode 6, The Bounty. This episode finds Picard and crew on the run from the Federation and the Shrek. Raffi, Worf, and Riker infiltrate the Daystrom facility and find another important piece of the puzzle. Ready for the official.
Hmm.